And will the live stream start if the other talk's going? Yep.
So anyone watching on the stream, we're just waiting a minute. The other talk downstairs has not ended yet, so.
Maybe a couple of minutes, but not too long, or mine will run over.
We do like to keep in schedule. So it is 10 a.m. now, and we are welcoming Alex for our first talk, Tip-Top Training Tips. And welcome.
Hi everyone, so we'll just wait a minute or two more and then we'll get started. Brilliant.
Yes, for everyone in the stream, we're hearing applause downstairs, so we will probably have a few more visitors here. So welcome to everyone who has been listening to the previous talk. We have Alex here telling us tip-top training tips. I think now you can start, Alex. It's 3 past.
Brilliant, thank you. Hello everyone, thanks so much for joining. So today we're going to talk about training tips. So we're going to cover who am I and where do I work, some training tips that myself and my team has learned from going from being developers to training librarians. So things in terminology when doing training, in-person training tips, remote training tips, and a chance for questions at the end. So I work for Catalyst IT, which was founded in New Zealand in 1997. And since then we have spread, as you can see, this image shows all the different offices we've got around the world. So we're in Australia, New Zealand, the UK, Ireland and Canada now. And the Canada office opened relatively recently. So Catalyst is a company that specialises in open source softwares and technologies. And we the Koha team at Catalyst is one of many different teams that work on lots of different systems, and we have Catalyst also supports open source initiatives like, for example, the open source awards every year where different organizations and systems are awarded for their contributions to open source or for a particularly great implementation of open source systems. And another big initiative that the Koha team is involved in at Catalyst is the open source, the academy, the Catalyst Academy. So that runs usually every year around January, and that is where a bunch of high school students come in for 2 weeks into Catalyst and they get taught about different open source technologies. They learn about a lot of different technologies like Git and other things like that. So that's the first week, and then the second week is where they will work on contributing to a open source project, one of which is Koha, and the Koha community is always so wonderful in testing and QAing patches that the students have worked on, and it really helps people get into the tech industry. The tech lead in our team, Alicia, started in the academy, and that was her introduction into the tech industry. So it really shows that it's a really great initiative to get people interested and looking into a career in tech. And who am I? Well, I started as an intern at Catalyst 2015, and I'm a remote worker. I'm based in Nelson at the top of the South Island of New Zealand. And I work on a whole lot of different things, one of which is data migrations and implementations of Koha, and also training during those implementations, taking librarians that are used to a different system and training them up on how Koha works and how they can transfer their old workflows into how to do it with Koha. And outside of work, travel is my passion, so I am on a 8.5 month long overseas journey, and I've just had 3.5 months house and cat sitting in Mexico while remote working there. So if any of you enjoy travel, I'd love to chat. And I wanted to do a cute little reference to New Zealand with my talk's title, so it's Tip Top Training Tips. In New Zealand, Tip Top is kind of an iconic ice cream brand. And so lots of corner shops, which are called dairies in New Zealand, will have the Tip Top branding like you can see on the screen. And I also just recently found out Finland has the largest consumption of ice cream per capita in the world. And so I thought that was a nice connection between New Zealand and Finland there. So let's get into the talk. So terminology. So as a developer, or even as a librarian training, it's very easy to fall into your default language of using jargon as a kind of shorthand to save time. And we have found that actually takes so much longer because either people get confused and will ask questions, so you spend more time explaining the jargon you're talking about than just explaining it properly the first time. So people sometimes get confused, but also some people don't feel comfortable asking questions, so they might just come out of the training confused about what you've been talking about. So one of the things we've learnt is to avoid assuming knowledge. So a lot of people attending trainings, we have a whole range from systems librarians, and then circulation and cataloguing librarians, and then library volunteers as well. And oftentimes library volunteers might come from a non-library background. They might have no library experience and not that much technical experience. And so if you start talking to them about even library concepts like MARC or things like that, then that might go over their heads too. So it's important to avoid going into the training assuming that the people be really experts in librarian concepts, not just technical ones. Yeah, so like I said, you don't want to alienate people because you might have a range of different experiences, some librarians, some library volunteers, and you don't want to go too heavy into the librarian jargon. So if we have a look at a few examples, rather than saying holding branch, and this was one that came up recently, where when talking about holding branch to a new librarian that hadn't used Koha before and didn't have that much library knowledge, she was wondering, she asked, well, what do you mean by holding branch? So rather than saying holding branch, you could instead say the current physical location where the item is. Or borrow a category, that's quite a Koha specific, a lot of these are quite Koha specific terminologies. So you could say type of borrower and then give an example like staff or students or library staff. And then bibliographic framework, that's another very Koha specific thing. And you could just say a template of data fields used for cataloguing a particular type of title. You don't even need to get into the MARC there because again, someone might not know what MARC is, so you could just say data fields instead. Technical jargon. So quite a lot of non-technical people find the acronyms and jargon and technology very frustrating, like this person here is. And so we always do our very best to avoid using jargon unless we're training technical people like developers. So let's look at a few examples for this. So these examples here aren't super technical and are kind of Koha specific again, but things like if you're training and you'll just default to say OPAC main user block, well, someone that's new to Koha probably has no idea what you're talking about there. And so it's better to just say the main section of the home page or the middle section of the home page below the search. Navigation, you might think, being used to working with computers, that most people know what navigation is, but again, some people might not. So you could just say the sidebar menu. Similarly, header, someone might not know what you're talking about with that, so you could just say the top of the page usually has a large banner image, a large stretched image across the top. Then if we get into more technical things, this is where the problem comes in. So rather than address bar, you could just say the search box or the search bar with the address of the website. Similarly, URL, you could just say the address of the website. Single sign-on, that's something that trips a lot of people up. So you could just say, without getting too deep with it, what SSO stands for, single sign-on, and that it's a way for users to log into one system and they're authenticated across lots of other systems, so they don't have to have 10 different passwords, they can just have one password. And two-factor authentication. So you could just say you need a password and you might need to do an approval on your phone or enter a code. And then you could give the example with lots of online banking, when you log into there, you have to do a password, but then you often have to do something else, like approve a notification on your phone, enter a texted number to you, something like that. So give an example to explain it with something that most people would have used online banking. In-person training. So this photo actually is from a in-person training that our team did earlier this year. And you can see in this photo Katrin standing and then Alicia and Daniel from our team. And we it's been so great to get back into in-person training after so many years during the pandemic. So we're still getting back into that, but it's so good because we find building that connection so much easier in in-person training. Much easier than remote training, but I'll get on to that. So some tips that we've learnt from in-person training over the last 3 or 4 years. Ask questions before the training session. So you want to know as much as possible about who's going to be attending the training. And so some examples of things you might want to ask are things like, how long have people been using Koha? What's their level of knowledge? So do you have lots of experts? Do you have a combination of experts and novices? This will help you tailor the training to the audience. Any particular workflows, problems or questions, do the trainees have any of those that they'd like to cover? Why would you want to ask this? Well, firstly, this will give you an idea of these are the things in more detail. They might just say, I'm interested in circulation, but are you interested in reserves? Are you interested in just checking in and out? What specifically do you want to know? And also, if there's questions or problems, if you don't know the answer to the problem before, if they say, I've got this problem and you're not sure of the answer, you have a chance to go away and research it before and then present the answer at the training, rather than being put on the spot and have to say, I'll come back to you later. Also, if there's questions they have or things that they want to cover, you'll be able to make time at the end of the training because you know someone might have a particular question. So you'll know beforehand to factor time in for that. Whereas if you just start the training and say, does anyone have any questions or problems, you might not have factored in enough time to actually cover that. Explaining the goal of an exercise before doing it. So what we like to do is explain before doing any exercises what are we trying to achieve, what is this going to accomplish, rather than just jumping straight in. The reason you would do this is people pay more attention, because if you've asked those questions at the start of the training, then you've made the exercises actually relevant to the library most likely. And so when you say we're doing this because it's achieving one of those things you said you wanted, then they're probably going to pay more attention, they're probably going to be more engaged, and they're probably going to ask more questions because it's actually something they need to know. Also, if your exercise isn't relevant to them, by explaining we're doing this because, they'll be able to tell you, well actually, so for example, if you're doing an exercise in the acquisitions module and you're saying we're doing this, we're going to set up a fund and a budget and create an order, maybe they don't use the acquisitions module in Koha. They'll be able to tell you that and you'll be able to skip it and keep the training relevant to them. Don't take over. So training in Koha, it's very easy sometimes if someone has a question or gets stuck to just jump in and take over and try and be too helpful. But the problem with that is people aren't going to learn if you just take over and they're just watching. They need to do it themselves. And so you need to sit on your hands and you need to give them a goal for what they need to be able to do, and give them some tips and ideas of how they could do it, and ask them to go ahead and try it. If they get stuck, you can go over but don't take over the mouse. Don't just sit next to them and verbally explain, guide them how to do it themselves, give them some ideas of where to look. Don't take over. And then also don't point at the screen. Instead, describe where on the screen they should be clicking. The reason for that is they will actually end up looking at observing the screen more. They'll notice more things about the staff client or OPAC, and whereas if you just point, they'll miss all of that context. So they might notice some other button and then ask a question, what does this do? So it's really good for them to learn more about Koha that way. Demoing. So we always, if you're doing a training for novices, you can't take so much of the approach of just explain we're going to go to circulations and do this and that. You have to do a demonstration to give them a bit more context of what to do, whereas with a more experienced user, you can be much more generic and just verbally describe, we're going to do this, we're trying to achieve this. So with demos, we always try and we would do a walkthrough demonstration ourselves, and then we will provide a different example to trainees. The reason for that is we don't want to, the different example means that they have to think about it. So you're doing a demonstration, we're going to circulate this item, or we're going to catalogue this book. And then the different example would be, let's catalogue a different book. It will be slightly different to what you've done. It makes the user actually, the trainee, think about what they're going to do. You don't want to make it too much of a copy-paste or prescriptive exercise where they don't have to think, they just copy what you've written. It's all about making them think and challenge them. Asking questions, this is a really important one. So, as I mentioned before, some people are uncomfortable asking questions. And so, if they don't understand, they won't say, I don't understand, or they won't clarify, they won't ask you to clarify, they'll just sit there, but then they might come out of the training confused about what you've talked about. So we try and ask questions. So we will, rather than saying to the group in the training, does everyone understand? We will ask people, we'll give them a scenario and then ask them, what would you do in this scenario? And that actually tests their knowledge. So, for example, you might say, we're going to check an item out to this borrower. How would you go about doing that? Where would you go? What would you click? What would you do? And then if they can explain that, they obviously understand what you're talking about, rather than just asking generically, do you understand? Remote training. So this is something we got very used to over the last few years, and I usually work remotely anyway, so this is my usual way of running training sessions now. And it's really good in that you can train people in expensive to reach places or hard to reach places, but then the downside is there's so much less of that human contact, which makes things like people feel comfortable to ask questions or to engage more. It's a bit detaching. So how can you get around the fact that remote training is more detached? Well, we always get people to introduce themselves at the start of a training session. So it would be easy to just jump straight in and not go through the introductions and not get more idea about who everyone is and what they want. But it's so vital to do that. So you would have asked questions before the training from someone, one of the trainees, to say what's everyone want to cover. But in the start of the training, ask people again, how long have they been at the organisation? How long have they used Koha? What their experience is? And what are they hoping to learn? Again, this is just to build some form of connection to kind of try and alleviate the fact that it's remote. Because these are the sort of things people would have natural conversations with over a coffee before training at an in-person session. So you're just trying to replicate it to some degree. Testing video conference links. So we've all been in a training session or a meeting where people, the first 10 minutes has been troubleshooting the connection, and of course that's 10 minutes out of the training session. So we always try to set up, if someone's not used the platform that we use, which is Big Blue Button at Catalyst, if someone's not used that before, we always try and send them a link beforehand and ask them to jump in with us to test their audio, to show them how to see the slides that we're sharing or see the screen that we're sharing. Saves time at the start of the training. It saves the trainer having to do on-the-spot troubleshooting with everyone else sitting waiting. And it enables you, if there's a firewall rule at the organisation which stops you using your normal video conference platform, you can switch to something else beforehand and get straight into those intros and the actual content of the session. keeping it short. So we have learnt from our experience that remote trainings tend to be more tiring than in person, both for the trainer and the trainee. So we always try and keep trainings to no more than 2 hours long for remote training sessions. If we have, say, 8 hours of content to get through, we will do multiple 2-hour sessions, either over multiple days or separated with breaks. Otherwise, we have found that people get drained, they're not engaged as much, and it's a bit of a waste of time after the 2 hours non-stop. This would seem like a self-evident thing, but it's amazing how many people don't do this. With people attending trainings a lot from noisy open space offices or from home with all the background noise there, all of that going on can be very distracting. And sometimes it's cute, like when a cat's wandering past and meowing, but oftentimes there's just lots of background chatter. So, and also, when everyone tries to talk at the same time. So we always try and encourage people at the start to mute, just a reminder to mute the mics when they're not speaking. So this one, asking trainees to share their cameras. As I mentioned, the thing with in-person communication, as we know, most of it is non-verbal. So if you are a trainer and you're just talking to a black screen because no one's sharing their camera, you're not going to see if someone's confused or if they're disengaged or something like that. If you can see them, so if the bandwidth allows and they're comfortable, you can actually, if someone's looking confused, you can follow up with them, or you can say, ask them a question so you just know a bit more about what's going on at their end. So we always try and ask people to share their cameras, and that kind of, again, alleviates a bit of the fact that remote training is so much more restrictive than in-person training. Also, if you're just talking to a black screen, it can be very off-putting for the trainer, because you don't know how's this being received. This is one of our favourite tips for remote training, asking for someone to volunteer. To screen share rather than the trainer just doing that. So as you can imagine, sometimes you ask people to volunteer to screen share and you don't get any takers, in which case we kind of select someone. It's preferable if that person is not an expert in Koha. You don't want someone that's just going to whiz through all the examples. You want someone that would make the same mistake as, you want someone that's probably one of the least experienced in the group, so they'll make the same mistake as everyone else would. If that person gets stuck, we always ask everyone else in the group, what would you do? Can you help this person? That lets other people test their Koha knowledge that they've learnt, rather than you just telling them. So get some of that collaboration going between the trainees. Respecting the contributions. So I once attended a training session where I asked a question. It was a technical training session. I asked a question and was criticised because being told I should have known the answer. The trouble with that is that actually puts everyone else off asking a question in case they get the same response. So incredibly counterproductive. So we always try and acknowledge everyone's questions, answer them as best we can in the session or follow up afterwards. And we always believe that there is no stupid question, only a stupid answer, like saying you should know that. We always have someone else taking an assistant to the trainer taking notes. That way the trainer can actually focus on engaging with the attendees, not trying to pause and take notes all the time. Also, if you tell the trainees beforehand someone else is taking notes, then they don't need to worry about taking notes. They'll be more engaged throughout. And it's just helpful to have that support person there. Once that backup person's taken notes, you want to send those notes out afterwards. So we always email the notes out afterwards. If someone's asked a question, in the training session, or you couldn't answer it and you need to follow up afterwards, we include those questions and answers, so everyone learns, not just the one person that asked the question. And also encourage people to email you further questions, because people might not have thought of a question in the training session. They need time to digest what you've talked about, digest the notes, and then they'll have questions. One of the great things about being a trainer, so in te reo culture in New Zealand, there's the idea of tuakana teina, which is the idea that you have a mentor and a mentee and they learn from one another. So in trainings we have found you will teach the librarians or the library volunteers about Koha, but they will teach you this is how our library works, or this is how we use Koha. So it's very much a reciprocity kind of idea. It's not a one-way stream of knowledge, it's both ways, and that's why we love training. And I would like to thank you all very much for attending, and please let me know if you have questions.
Thank you so much. That was very engaging and informative. If anyone has questions, I will bring you the microphone so we can have them on the stream.
Hello. In e-training, how do you manage exercise part of the training? The exercise for the people. How do they practice?
We will usually give them a scenario, like we're going to check this item out to someone, or here's a book we're going to catalogue and here's a title or something like that. And then we'll give them the basic scenario after we've demoed it, and then we will ask them to go away and try that, and let us know how they got on, if they had any problems, if they have any questions. So we'll kind of give them a few steps at the start, and then they can do the rest of the workflow.
Any else? Yes.
On your very first slides, you meant do not assume knowledge, but I think it's really good also, even with knowledgeable, like everyone is knowledgeable, but with even expert people, to put some basic vocabulary and context, because even for navigation, for example, even if I'm Koha expert, on a different context, navigation could just mean GPS.
Exactly.
So
exactly.
Yeah. Thanks.
Very good point.
Thank you.
Hey Alex, I was just wondering how many staff you have helping you do training at Catalyst.
We try and keep the groups relatively small, so I think usually we keep it to 7 or 8 is kind of the maximum, especially for remote trainings, because more than that it gets a bit too big, too many people. So we try and keep it to 7 or 8, unless some of the in-person trainings are bigger, so we've had up to 20 for those, but then we have multiple members of our team there to help individual people.
Thank you.
One question from me, do you use breakout rooms then? Because sometimes we have multiple people who know what we're teaching about, and then we can ask if anyone has a specific question and wants to only look at it in breakout rooms because they're embarrassed or something, and then
that's a really good point. So we haven't used breakout rooms, but that's something we can look at. It sounds a really good idea. Sometimes if one person has a particular question that everyone else knows the answer about, or is not interested in knowing that particular thing, we'll go and individually train them and give everyone else an exercise, but not as a separate breakout room.
So, any more questions?
Not a question, just Te Wainui is watching you on the live stream back in New Zealand, and she said you did great.
Thanks, Wainui.
Will you share your slides?
I will indeed.
Yes, the link to the slides were in the beginning as well. So, if there's not any more questions, we will let you all go downstairs and have some coffee and pastries. And remember to talk to each other.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alex.
Okay.
Kolme minuuttia. 3 minutes.
Oh, I forgot. Cool.
Welcome back. Our next speaker is Maischein, and he talks about QR codes for fun and login.
Thank you. Yeah, welcome to my talk. My name is Maischein, and yeah, what do I want to tell you today? Well, I want to talk a bit about QR codes and what you can use them, and also what I can use them for. I find QR codes an interesting method of transferring data between two machines, like my mobile phone and my laptop, for example. And I hope to show a bit of an interesting use of QR codes, not just for transferring information, but also for automating some tasks. Who am I? My name is Maischein. I'm from Frankfurt in Germany, and I work there for the DZ Bank, the Deutsche Zentralgenossenschaftsbank. It's the central bank of the German cooperative banks, and we provide central services for the smaller banks. But yeah, I'm neither doing Perl there nor doing library stuff there. My job title currently is digital currency expert, which mostly means I look at what the ECB is doing with the digital euro project that they are running, and also we are developing a separate currency for corporate customers, the commercial bank money token, which hopes to bring money on-chain for corporate customers. But none of that is important today. I'm also a member of the board of the Frankfurt Perlmongers, a Perl user group. We organize a monthly meeting in Frankfurt, and once a year we organize the German Perl workshop. So if you are in Frankfurt, just send us a mail. We can organize an emergency meeting. If you are in town, and if you are in Germany in April next year, there will be the German Perl workshop. If you are interested, feel free to come. So what do I want to show today? Well, a bit about QR codes, how to create them with Perl, and also how to read them, not with Perl, but with a web browser. And yeah, ideally, I also want to show how to transfer data between two machines that can see each other, which is for me the main draw of the QR code. You basically ensure physical proximity between two machines, which is an interesting feature. Why QR codes? Well, I've already said it. I want to use them to transfer data between two machines, or this machine and this laptop here maybe, to bring data from one machine to another, maybe, or ideally without sending data over the internet, because that has so many connection problems and so many setup problems with firewalls and whatever. So I prefer simple ways. Also, QR codes don't need electricity to display. This is nice. For example, at home I have the login credentials for my wireless printed out as a QR code, so I don't need to type it in. I just have it on a piece of paper, and guests and whoever can just scan it. And also, you have seen this in restaurants. They have the menu as a QR code, just printed on paper. This is a very easy way to share an URL or other information. Now, here are two QR codes, but what is a QR code? Well, there is an ISO standard for QR codes, but it was retracted. I don't know why. Maybe politics, maybe, I don't know, some deeper thing. I didn't find any real standard from ISO or some other standards organization. But QR standards work, so QR codes work, so who cares about the standard? As long as the QR code app on your mobile phone or in your browser can read it, who cares? The browser can also read it, and yes, you can print QR codes, so it is a valid means of transferring data between machines. And obviously you can also show it on a computer screen. Now, how do you get to a QR code? Well, this is a bit a talk about Perl, so I'm using Perl. The module imager QR code is a very nice module. You set it up, specify which two colors you want for the bright spots and the dark spots of the QR code, and then you give it the string you want to represent in the QR code, and it gives you back an image with the QR code. And that's basically it. You can then save this image as a PNG image and display it on a website or whatever. That's all you need. Of course, the magic is what to put in this string. Here in the example, I've put blah blah, but that doesn't help. Most browsers prepend, if they don't recognize it, they prepend HTTP:// in front of that. But there are other URLs you can use, like, for example, the web Wi-Fi credentials have their own prefix, and some other users I will come to also have their own prefix. So you need to think a bit about what string you're putting in, but that's all you really need to think about. So it's fairly easy once you have installed the module imager QR code. Why do you need to think a bit about this string? Well, as I learned earlier this year, there is a standard for providing SEPA credit transfer informations in a QR code, which is really great if you want to have payment information like we have for our Perl Club. If you want to participate in the at the German Perl workshop, you just send us the participation fee by simple credit transfer, because we don't do anything like PayPal or credit card. It's all too much effort for like a small group of people. So it's much easier to simply pre-fill basically the transfer. But you have to make sure that you fill in the correct IBAN, because I didn't. I used another IBAN in the first 3 days of registration, but luckily nobody sent the money to the wrong place. So yeah, if you have a QR code, you really should check it and check it again whether it contains the wanted information or not, especially if it's then about transferring money. But on the other hand, this is really, really convenient. You scan this QR code and then your banking app opens up, if your banking app supports this. Mine doesn't. And you have a pre-filled credit transfer with the recipient and the amount, and even whatever name is given in this string. So yeah, it can be useful, but you really need to think about what data you're actually putting in there. And yeah, another thing I've recently used a QR code for was when setting up WireGuard, and of course I didn't set up WireGuard, a VPN, beforehand, before I went on my way. No, I sat in a cafe and had my phone, which could log into my private machine, but my laptop could not log into my private machine, and I wanted to get my phone and my laptop to connect each other using WireGuard. But WireGuard has a public key of 32 characters, and typing that in on my phone was, not really great. So instead of working on what I really wanted to work on, I wrote a small module, term QR code compact, which displays the creates a QR code from text and displays it in the terminal window, so that I then could scan that terminal window with my phone to get those 32 characters over to my phone. It was at least a bit less frustrating than trying to type in the correct 32 characters and then finding it doesn't work, but nothing telling me what went wrong. And yeah, this program uses the Unicode block characters to create the black and white, to create the black dots. The white dots are the terminal background. And this even should work today. So if you have a phone at hand, you can scan this QR code and it will tell you that the string is hello PerlKohaCon. So this is mostly a small toy, but it came handy and helped me with my frustration not getting any work done. So yeah, I got different work done. Oops, I see people still scanning, so. And yes, you can obviously also use it for URLs like PerlKohaCon.fi But yeah, I believe you trust me. No? You want to scan it? And yeah, nobody screamed, so obviously it was the right URL. Yeah, a second thing other people use QR codes for, and that I find very interesting, is login or session verification. For example, if you log in to the web interface of Telegram, it displays a QR code, and you just scan that QR code with your Telegram app on your phone, and then you're also logged in on the browser. And yeah, this is a feature that I've always found very interesting. And my plan now is to I wrote a program to basically use your phone as a second factor for logging in. No, well, actually it's more like a first factor for logging in or for connecting a second device to your current browser session. Yeah, I already said it. Telegram uses this, and Signal uses something like this, and also the Steam gaming app. I don't know if you know it. You can also log in to your Steam account by photographing the QR code that the main machine displays. And yes, the idea is if you have a CGI application or any web application, then you can maybe retrofit this login by QR code on this application. This only makes sense if you have to log in to that application more often than maybe once a day and are not allowed to keep your credentials on the browser. But yeah, it's an interesting toy. So what do I want to demonstrate? Well, first we have to log into the website with username and password. Then I want to set up the not app, it's a progressive web app, which is a website that you can install on your phone, and it behaves and looks like an app, but it does not go through the Google Store or Apple Store. You can just download and install it directly, and it's just written in JavaScript. And then I log in to the website on my desktop by photographing the QR code with my phone. And that's the whole plan. Now, how should this work? Well, we have the login page with the username and password field, and I also display a session ID using the QR code on that website. And the phone carries the username and also the password from the installation, and it picks up the session ID from the QR code and sends that session ID back to my server, and the server then logs in that session ID and tells the browser again that it's good to go, and now my session on my laptop is also logged in because the machine trusts me because I supplied the username from my phone. So let's go to that website, and hopefully let's first check whether I do have internet. Yes, I do have internet. This is good. So let me reload. This is the website, and the very secret username is demo, and I'm not telling you the password. It has 4 letters. And then I am logged in. Is the font large enough? I mean, there's not really much interesting to read there, but yeah. Okay, and now hopefully I can switch to my phone. And now I want to set up a QR code for login. And in my browser, I scan that QR code and open it. And it has installed the application. And now I can tell it to install. Oops, oh, the connection was lost. No? There it is. Okay, sorry. And now I can install this. Hello? Please let me install it. On my screen. And there the second. See, it doesn't have a fancy logo, but yeah, this is now my login token. And the next step is to log out. And I get a fresh QR code. And now I scan this QR code with the new login app, and I'm logged in on my phone. And I don't get forwarded here onto the logged in page. I believe this is the bane of live demos. I should have faked it. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what the problem is. The page checks every 5 seconds whether, the correct information has arrived. But, yeah. Anyway, I hope you believe me that in theory it would work, because, I don't want to do a debugging session right now. I'm sorry. It would have been much nicer if the demo had worked, but that's the risk of doing live demos. Now, how does the code work? Well, it is written using the Modulicious web framework, and that part does basically everything. It generates the QR code, it validates the login information, either coming in through the normal login form or from the phone using the QR code. Let's look at the 3 parts. The login HTML URL simply checks whether username or password are correct. And if you post information, the handler checks whether the source is the mobile phone or the traditional login form, and then sets the session to logged in. And whenever the image for the login QR code is requested, we simply generate the image with the current session ID. This is like maybe 100 lines of code. It's also on GitHub, so it's not really hard. And the JavaScript code is a bit more code, but it's mostly boilerplate to set up something that you can install on your phone so that it looks like an app, and that it does not need to load from a web server. So the one library I needed was the QR code scanner library, which uses the camera and then recognizes QR codes that the camera sees. And that's basically all you need from the JavaScript side. And even the boilerplate, it's not much code. It's like maybe 200 lines of code at most. So it's not hard to retrofit this into an existing application. The only snag I ran into is you need to be able, within your application, within your framework, to update the session data of a different session, which is natural because the telephone comes in first as a different session than the laptop. So yeah, you need to be able to set the laptop to logged in from the phone, and if they have different sessions and your framework of choice does not allow you to update different sessions, that's hard. What you really want is rate limiting, because yeah, otherwise somebody could use this side door to break maybe into your application. If you have rate limiting on username and password logins, you should also have rate limiting on logins by QR code. Besides the demo problem, I also found another problem when using Modulicious. Modulicious has no persistent session. The session information lives on the client computer, which is bad if I want to update the session information of some other computer. So yeah, I looked for other session handlers that store the session in the database, but there is only one module for handling sessions, MojoX session, and this module needs some patches, which I have already published on my GitHub, but I haven't submitted them to the maintainer of MojoX session yet. I fear if I submit the patches, he will say, oh great, you have patches, why don't you take over the maintenance of the module? And yeah, I have quite some modules like that already, so yeah, I should do it, I know, but I've been dragging my feet a bit about that. Yeah, I was surprised that Modulicious has no plugin for storing sessions as separate files in a very simplistic way, which yeah, would have fit my demo application quite well if I don't want to set up a database and whatever. So yeah, what do I want to do with this? I really want to implement TOTP, which is a time-based one-time pad, so that the phone part does not send the clear text password, well, over HTTPS, but that the password is not transferred in any way at all, but the phone creates a new number based on the current time and the username and password, and transfers that number, and on the receiving side, that number can simply be checked whether the calculation is correct. So yeah, that would increase the security a bit. Yeah, and that's it. I hope you found it interesting. Do you have questions or comments? No questions, no comments. I thank you for your attentions, and yeah, if you want to talk to me afterwards, feel welcome. And the slides will be online in the next few days once I get to a shell connection back home. Thank you.
Okay. So my presentation is about how to kill a bug. Quick hands up, who is from like the Perl community here? That's not a lot of people. The rest is all Koha? Like hands up? And some are not either, okay. So the idea is how to like show you how we do things in the Koha community, how like we fix a bug. So like you could also have written like how to submit a patch, but this sounds much better. Okay. So let's start with something Nick said once, bugs will happen. I like to quote that. I think he was release manager at the time. So we are all human. We have a process in place to avoid bugs, but they still creep in, right? So as long as we are humans, we will have bugs. So we have to live with that. And they might even survive us. So what is a bug? The normal definition of a software bug is an error, flaw, or fault. So something that is going wrong and not working quite right. In Koha, when we talk bugs, we use a wider definition of it. So it's a typo, a wrong grammar thing. Missing documentation can be a bug, actually. Our manual team also works with Bugzilla. And improvement ideas, new features, new modules, everything is a bug. So when I say bug, keep in mind that I don't only talk about things that don't work. Sometimes it's really awesome stuff that is also a bug. This is a beta, like a New Zealand bug. Really scary one, right? I'm kind of glad I'm not going to meet that one here. Okay, so I'll show you our development workflow, which starts with the bug is filed. So I talked a bit yesterday about nothing can go wrong when filing bugs, if you have been there. So nothing can go wrong, file a bug, put your idea in writing. So we file a bug. If you file a bug, it's always nice if you pick a nice description, like something that if people only looking at the result list, they already can make out what it's about. If I just put in like improvements for the acquisitions module, it's like meh. That's like that could be anything. Or so being specific is nice there. Then there's an awful lot of fields in Bugzilla that we don't use. So actually you only need like the product, which is the first thing you pick. Then you need the component, which is like the part of Koha this applies to. This bug is for notices, which means all the information we send out to the patrons, either printed or via text message or usually as email. And then we actually, from importance, we use only the second part. So this one is minor. It's a bug, but it's like, it could also be trivial, probably because it's just a typo. Maybe it's minor because it's in messages going out to patrons, so it's not only something that staff will see, but also. Okay, so next one. Now a patch is written, like someone might pick it up. A lot of things that are worked on in Koha is like paid work, so we're not having like super many volunteers that are just doing it from the good of their heart, but we have some, of course. A lot of it is because we get paid to fix it. So I wrote a patch actually for this presentation, so I looked for a nice and easy bug too. So we're fixing the spelling of thank you, and this is just the div. So as you know, Koha uses Git and has been for like forever basically, almost. And we have tools to communicate with Bugzilla, so you can all do it on command line and say, yeah, no, like change the bug status, put a comment, upload my patch. So keep that in mind. We also ask people to write nice commit messages, which I did here a bit more than I might have otherwise, but I needed it for the presentation. So the thing is, like, the first line should describe the fix, and we always put like bug number colon in the front. That doesn't only look nice in commit history, but it also makes it easy to use our tools because they look for that as well. So then we always put a test plan in the commit message so that the next person knows what it's all about. So this is something that developers need to do. We force them to write a bit of documentation. And you can get failed if you don't, so keep in mind. Then we upload the patch to Bugzilla. As I mentioned before, we use a tool for that. It's called Git BZ. So it makes it easy to interact and you don't have to like go via the GUI. Before we had it was really annoying if there was like multiple follow-up patches and I have like for each and every one. No. We're not doing that anymore. I'm very thankful. And then the status of the bug will be need sign-off, which is calling out to our testers. So next step is an independent tester needs to test. So what is an independent tester? It's someone who's preferably not working at the company or the institution that wrote the patch. So someone from outside who has like a fresh view on it. If the patch is not good yet, it goes to fail QA. Fail QA can also be if there's an open question, like the tester got stuck with the test plan. So it doesn't necessarily mean that something needs to be fixed, but it could be. If it is signed off, we put a nice sign-off line in the patches. I don't have a screenshot of that, and then we re-upload to Bugzilla again. It's now signed off. Actually, a nice person in Germany did it for me, Alexander Wagner. And I asked, I needed this for the presentation, can you please sign off? So thank you for that. Now the patch has the status of signed off. So next step in the workflow. Now the patch goes to the QA team. So the independent tester, we encourage libraries and librarians to test because they can tell us if it makes sense. Like, is the workflow good? Like, can they understand how it works? Is it useful? Needs the button to be somewhere else? It's supposed to have that kind of perspective on it. And the QA team will also look at the source code. Like, we'll look if certain rules are kept and if it makes sense in looking at the code base, like it's consistent with how we do things. If it is not good, it is failed QA again. If it is good, it will be passed QA. Get another sign-off line into it. And if we pass QA, we also re-upload the patch to Bugzilla. So all the history is kept there. Then during QA, we have some nice tools to help us. We have the QA test tools, which is a script that checks for some of our coding guidelines. It can also help, like if we rename a central configuration parameter, we might make a check that when patches come in and say, so yeah, that still has the old name, so it needs to be changed. But it also checks for things like, is one of our files in alphabetic order or are there tabs in it? And recently we added a Perl tidy file to the Koha repository after we finally agreed on some rules. And now it also complains if the files are not tidy. So you get to tidy the files. It's very useful because it does a lot of checks that you otherwise would have a hard time to do. We also have a lot of coding guidelines that live on our wiki. Put the slide here. There is also always links at the end of my presentation, so if you want to look up any of that, you will find it there. We have a lot of technical coding guidelines, but we also have things like gender neutral code comments. So we try to, there's a lot of things to read there. But it's not as bad as it might sound. Okay, if QA team is happy, then it goes to the release manager, who can also put it to fair QA if they don't like it. Or they can push it to the repository. So only one person in the Koha board is actually pushing to the repository at a time, which avoids a lot of conflicts and people breaking each other's stuff and resolving those. And then the bug is dead, hopefully. So we track progress on bugs and also the success on our dashboard. So that's a really nice tool if you want to know what to pick. And we also use it there's a link to the queue of patches waiting for sign-off, and there's a link to patches waiting for QA. So that's my queue as QA manager and my team, like Nick. I see you. Also gives a random bug and a lot of other fun stuff, and it's also showing you how much you did in a year and how much you did in a month. So yeah, a bit of gamification going on there too. And what you also see is in the last column here on the right is the new features. So we can see you can see when something new is pushed. We also have a script for the release notes that we use. So we are automatically generating the release notes from Bugzilla and the repository. And they are updated daily, I think, automatically. So you can always see what the next version will have in terms of features, and they'll grow automatically until release time. We like to avoid zombie bugs, like bugs that get resurrected and come back to haunt you, so no zombie bugs. Something that helps with that is a growing number of unit tests. So every time something is changed in a core method, we require a unit test. Also for bug fixes, we have regression tests. And we use Jenkins to run those. So every time something is pushed to the repository, it will be running the test suite on different OS and with, I think, different versions of Elasticsearch and OpenSearch. So there's a whole bunch of nodes that are used to do that. And if you want to keep the release manager happy, you fix anything you break that, is turned up by that after it was pushed. Or you get grumpy at the eventually. Okay, so a question that is often asked too is, when can I have it? So now I killed the bug, and now when can I have like my fix? Koha does like 2 feature releases every year in May and November, and there is a typo there. We ignore that. And we also so May and November, and we reflect that in the version number, which should not be anything new to you because we haven't invented that scheme. We also did now our first official LTS version, which will be maintained for a longer time. It's the 22.11 one. So we hope that for people who don't want to update that often, we can ensure that they get security fixes for a longer time. We maintain up to 4 versions at the same time of the older versions, and they get monthly bug fix releases. So we have a set of release maintainers, and they pick from the master branch everything that is a bug fix, and some enhancements, it's up to them, but usually it's bug fixes, and put them in the older versions. So if you fix a bug, there is a chance you will have it after no longer than a month. The month would be the worst case, usually in between somewhere. We don't use, we do roadmaps, but roadmaps are more like agreements on what we want to work on. That's not set in stone. If something isn't finished in time for release, we will still do the release, because with many people working on the same thing, if you always have to wait for someone or some promised feature, it will take forever or never happen, and there will be disagreements, and we don't do that. So if something has gone through the QA process in time, it will be in the release, and you can always check what will be in there using the release notes, for example. So you have a growing roadmap instead of one that is preset. Okay, so I'm probably way too fast again, so ask me many questions. But I wanted to say that no insects were harmed in the making of this presentation. Only killing software bugs. So, thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the interesting presentation. This is more a stylistic question. In your first in your example bug fix, you only had the bug fix for a reinstallation, because it only fixed the initial setup.
Do you want to join QA?
No, well, let me ask my question first, and if I like the answer. No, and my question is, for a running installation, I would have liked the update statements to the database maybe instead, or, well, yeah, maybe instead. What is your approach to that?
Yeah, I was going, and it's good you asked that question, because I was going to say that I might have failed QA with this one if my the QA team was paying attention. They might fail this patch. I kept it simple for the presentation, but there should be an update statement, I think, yeah, because we always have to think about 2 things, like when someone installs Koha fresh, and then when someone updates. There is some kind of here gray area if do you want to touch notices that someone might have worked on? Do we want to change a text someone has adapted? For the thank you one, it's maybe clear enough that it is a real typo that should be fixed, but there is some gray area there. So it depends on the QA team member, I guess, that will look at this patch.
Hi, I come from the Perl side of things, and I know nothing about Koha. So let me know if this is out of scope for your presentation. I'd like to know about the tooling. So you've shown Bugzilla and you've shown GitLab, and you've talked about Git and there's Jenkins. So if I was to submit a patch, does it have to be in your GitLab? In your Bugzilla? Do I have to raise a ticket in Bugzilla? Do I have to attach an actual, archive with patch files? Or is there a public GitHub or GitLab where I can just raise a ticket with means that are much more familiar to me now, and I can just send a pull request, which I think would be, well, I as an open source maintainer who has lots of modules on GitHub, I guess today the hurdle of entry for someone to submit patches just seems much lower than if I'm confronted with a Bugzilla. How do you handle that?
It's a good question. Traditionally, we like to host our own things, like very open and all that. So we host the community has their own Git repository, and the GitLab and GitHub is only like mirrors. They're not like actively worked on. And you have to raise a bug, yes. I mean, if you we don't use pull and merge requests yet, not for Koha, like for some of our other side projects we do, but Koha is just too big. I mean, the issue tracker wouldn't suffice for Koha in GitLab, I think. But Nick might disagree.
I just wanted to add that to remove that barrier a little bit, in the Koha testing Docker environment, which is a complete you spin up the testing environment, it gives you all of the tools that you need. From the command line, once you've made your changes and committed them, you just do git bz attach, and it will send it over to Bugzilla and do all of that for you. You will need to have an account which you'll set up, but it's kind of a one-time setup, and then it's really, we try to make it as easy as possible to send the patches in, so you're not like formatting the patch, attaching, doing all of that stuff.
Yeah. I should have talked about Git Koha testing Docker a bit. It's really great too. Like, I'm not no sysadmin, but I can spin up a Koha in like 10 minutes or so.
So, as somebody who, like Julian, is a Perl developer, who also started to do a little bit of core stuff, I have to say I feel your pain. It's impossible to do like a drive-by commit. How we call it? It's like not possible in core. I know that you have your reasons why you're not doing it, but as like somebody who used to be not involved in core and now is a little bit involved in core, it's unfortunate that you don't have this, and maybe that's one of the reasons why like the larger Perl community is not as much integrated into the core community, because you have your ways, which makes sense for your product. But it's like in the open source world where we are living, it seems, I don't know, ancient and weird and old and yeah, like all of the negative aspects you think about when you think about the library. Yeah, a lot of old dusty books. But but on the other hand, you have a very stable and cool product that just works, and you have a lot of developers working on it. So, and I guess if you want to do a commit to the Linux kernel, then you also have to jump through some hoops and cannot do a drive-by commit on GitHub. So that's maybe the difference between a small cpan module and this big, huge product with thousands of users. But yeah, if it would be easier to do smaller and simpler commits, it would be like great.
I do get your point. As I said, we use the GitLab issue tracker and things for other stuff. So yeah, if you start like with making a plugin or so, you can probably use it on GitLab. But yeah, it might change at some point how we do things. Like nothing is set in stone forever. But I think with 30,000 bucks, I wouldn't like want to maintain those in the issue trackers on GitLab. Okay. Yeah, if you want to have a patch in Koha, find me on the workshop days. It's really not as bad as it sounds. We can be really fast, and I'm happy to help you. Thank you.
So we have 10 minutes. So small break before the next talk. So 2 minutes. So next, Petro Vashchuk is going to tell us about his online learning project for beginner developers. So, welcome.
Okay. So, hi. Hello, everyone. My name is Petro, and I'm very glad to see you all here. Yes. Oh.
There we go.
Okay, now this is out of the way. Hello, hi everyone. My name is Petro, and I'm very glad to see you all here. As you hopefully read already the description of this talk, I'm excited to show you my open source learning project that I've been working on. As a developer that was learning myself, when I started to learn how to code, I consistently found myself in need of more visual, practical resources which could be a complementary project to the books that I was studying or other development resources. So I would see how the actual knowledge that I'm gaining would be applied in a real use situation. So I created this project, and I believe it will be useful for many other developers who might struggle with similar issues that I did. While it's primarily geared towards beginner developers, I hope you all will find this talk interesting and might even be willing to contribute afterwards, as it's open source. So let's take a bit closer look and go through the main highlights of this project. So the main highlights is identical web page made in 4 different languages, which are obviously Perl, but also, even though I'm a Perl-oriented person, I've come to learn and experiment with lots of other languages. This repository also has PHP, Python, and JavaScript, and commit-by-commit learning approach, where each commit is a self-sufficient functioning entity that gets more complicated with each commit. So let's go deeper and figure out what I actually mean. So multilingual approach. Even though, as I said, I'm a Perl person, I had many experiences and pleasures and displeasures working with other languages. This app is coded in 4 different languages, such as Perl, PHP, Python, and JavaScript, as I said, and each language is paired with the frameworks of my choice, which was Modulicious for Perl, Slim for PHP, and Flask for Python, and Node.js for JavaScript. Okay, now commit-by-commit learning approach. This repository follows a commit-by-commit learning approach, where each commit is a self-sufficient functioning entity that develops and fleshes out the app itself. The complexity increases with each commit, which helps learners to grasp the differences between frameworks and languages. This approach also makes it easier to contribute to the project by introducing more intricate concepts, explanation, and documentation. So before I actually delve deeper into all of this technical stuff, I want to show the app in action and show what actually it is. So, live app demonstration. Let's see. It's already running on my machine, so all we need to do is to just permit to alt tab. So this extremely simple app presents itself as it's a single page application. It's generated by React. It features a simple book and user list with basic crude functionality. Let's take a look at the user list, for example. We can delete existing users. We can... Yes, of course. Does it look better? Okay. We can add a new user. And we can edit them. So, as I said, basic crude functionality. Also, it automatically assigns user ID, obviously, for each user. And also saves the time when you created the user or updated the user. This also page has simple login, which is gonna be very useful for learning purposes. So you don't need to jump between the log window on your terminal and repository and app itself. Okay, so now that we're actually familiar with what this app is, let's dive deeper into the main focus of this task, which is, well, the repository. And as I previously highlighted, the main objective of this repo is to structure its commit as incremental steps, allowing us to use this project as a handy complementary learning resource. You can go through this project commit by commit, observing the growth of this app and how our simple app turns into a more complicated one. Feature by feature, the beauty and the importance of this approach is that you can check out on any existing commits, and you will have basically a fully working app like this, just with much less features. So you can live see the features getting added and learn how they were added and experiment yourself from any point. It's intended for a more iterative and elegant learning experience, not just as a basic Git repository that exists solely for basic source code management. So it's not a really example of how to make commits and how to properly manage your Git repository. So let's take a look at some features in the repository. Okay. So for example, let's see. Here's the commits for the, let me increase font. Can I do that here? Okay, I'm not sure I can increase the font, I'm sorry. Okay, let's just go through those commits. So as you can see, there are different commits, but mainly there's 4 different commits that add the same functionality for 4 different languages. Currently, I'm standing on commit that adds delete endpoint in Perl, which adds basic delete endpoint functionality and some basic error check and debugging that we seen on the app itself. And same way, we have exactly same feature made in Python, PHP, and Node.js. Each of those commits add the same exact feature, but in 4 different languages. For learning purposes, you can just open it and, well, experiment with it the way you want. Okay, let's take a quick look at the README. Of this project. Okay, so in README we have the installation and run basic guide. As we use Docker, the app itself is running right now on my machine inside of our container. And we have such commands for our Docker, such as, well, make, which is just will show the usage. Make Docker hello world, really basic command, which will just show if your Docker is functioning properly or not. But I already know that my Docker works because the app is running up, but you can check it this way. We have make build, which will build the container for you. That's something that you will need to do after you pull this repo for yourself. And we also have tests for each language. There are 4 sets of tests that test the exactly same things for each language. So we could run make tests Perl. Did I make a typo? I made a typo. Okay, and as you can see, it runs the test for Perl. Same way we could run them for each language, because if we check make, we'll see that we have test Python, we have test PHP, we have test JavaScript. And the main command to actually make your app run on your local host is make run Perl, for example. We'll run the Perl version of this repo for us, and it loaded React and loaded our single page application, and it's up again. Same way we can run it on any other language. And there's also make run Perl dev, which basically will map your volume into Docker container, which will allow you to make the changes on the fly, and it will lively change in your application. Okay, so if we go back to the repository itself, it starts with just simple hello world app that we could check out, and we could rebuild our container on this commit, after which we're gonna run it and we're gonna see the working application. But just with hello world. It has just hello world, and each commit functions that way that you can check out on that commit, and it's like as a whole app, as if it's supposed to be like that, but actually there's many more features above added incrementally on top of it. Of course, as it happens with every software, I'm alone, can do everything, so there's a bunch of features that I would like to add here, so all contribution would be really welcome, especially if you're someone who much more familiar with PHP, JavaScript, or Python, if there's any like that. Would also really appreciate some comments and help of how to maybe make it much better. Because, as I said, this is all my personal learning experience. I might be not as experienced as you all here, but I'm trying my best. And well, I think this is pretty much it. So
any questions or comments?
this is where you can contact me or find the repo right here.
Thank you very much. That was great. I do have a question. So this is primarily, this was a learning resource for yourself, yeah?
This is started as such, yes.
So you went and said, I'm going to learn all of these things, and then I'm going to make it in a way that others can benefit.
Yes, it was already made, so I thought that like why waste it when I can transform it into something better.
Cool. Yeah, that's really nice. I think like sharing these kinds of resources is something we don't think about enough. So well done. It's great.
Thank you.
So if there's no more questions, we have now lunch break and we'll continue after that.
Yeah, which was great. Thanks for Petro. That's really
There's still about a minute and a half. No worries. Yay. 30 seconds, actually. So clock just ticked 13:13, and we will be welcoming Thomas. Thank you.
So, test. Okay, you hearing me? Is this on? Yes. Okay, perfect. Cool. Welcome. I hope everybody is fast asleep after lunch. So let's talk about OpenAPI and Perl and Koha and stuff like that. My name is Thomas Klausner, or Dom. I'm doing Perl for like 25 years or something. That's my 19th European Perl conference, but it's my first PerlKohaCon, so it's always nice to learn something new. I'm actually here also as the K in HSK3, which is us three guys, Mark Hofstetter, David Schmidt, and me. Some of the Koha guys maybe know Mark Hofstetter from the hackathon in Marseille. We have this small website because we are some weird accident. We start to work with Koha in 2020 because the Steiermärkische Landesbibliothek, so one big library in Austria, wanted to migrate to Koha, and we were like Perl developers, and somehow we ended up migrating them to Koha, and since then we've worked with a lot of other smaller libraries in Austria, Germany, and one in Hungary, helping with migrations, hosting Koha a little bit, and providing custom development with Koha. So we are starting to enter the Koha place a little bit, coming from a Perl background. This talk is going to be about OpenAPI or Swagger. Short introduction to the OpenAPI specification. The spec, formerly known as Swagger. I think Swagger is a really stupid name, and I'm very glad that they moved to the nicer name OpenAPI. It's going to be a little bit of Perl code and also some Koha. Yeah. Okay, so OpenAPI, that's the web page. That's the other web page, because they're still duplicate for some reasons. I don't know who of you is old enough to know SOAP. Probably everybody, yeah. Yeah, we all love SOAP. And OpenAPI is a little bit like SOAP if you replace the XML with YAML. Okay. Is that progress? I don't know. It's definitely progress because you don't have to look at the XML anymore. So that's progress. But still, it's a specification language that provides a standardized means to define your API to others. That's from the OpenAPI web page. And then you can quickly discover how an API works, configure infrastructure, generate client code, create tests, case for your APIs, and do a lot of things. So that's the claim of their web page. So let's take a look at a very simple API specification, in that case in YAML. So you have to specify what version you're using. In that case, that's the newest version, so OpenAPI 3.1. Then you have some metadata, like what's the name of the API, some description, the version of your API. And then it starts to get interesting. You can define paths, so like the endpoints of your API. In that example, you have like a path /board, and in here you define what the get method to this path should look like. Oops. Yeah, it's getting a bit long. So you have, again, you have a summary and description, and you can add some helpful text. And then like the automatically interesting part, for example, here you say, okay, this thing has some responses, and there's the 200 status code, which the description, okay, is not very interesting, but whatever. And this thing returns something, returns content, and the content is in, if it's application JSON, then you can define a schema. So how does the return value or whatever this API call returns looks like? In that case, it's an object, so you're not getting like one string back, you're getting a whole object back, and the object has some properties. For example, it has a winner and a board. And then you can, again, define how these properties look like. In that case, for example, the winner is of a type string, and it is an enum, so it can be a dot, a x, or a 0, because it's a tic-tac-toe game. Or you have like the board, for example, is of type array, so it's not like a simple type, it's a more complex type. Again, you can say, okay, is it min items, max items, so this thing is an array which always has 3 items. And the items are another array, which again has 3 items, and then in the end you have this enum thing, so you get, if you call that, you would get something back like that. So again, 200 okay, it's content type application JSON, and you have the winner is dot, so there is no winner yet, and here's the dump of the board, which is this 2-dimensional array with 3 values each. So one very nice thing I use a lot is to render the specification as documentation. There are a lot of tools available to render this YAML because it's, you can read it, but it's more machine readable than human readable. There's, for example, there are like millions of tools. This one is you can run locally via Docker, which then looks like this. So you get a nice view of the documentation. GitLab has a nice hidden feature that I discovered by accident. If you have a file name that contains OpenAPI and is YAML, then it renders the specification like that. There's a very small, not really demo. So this is one GitLab instance and one of those files, which is just like a, it has the magic OpenAPI in the file name. And then you can see all of the requests that are available, and you can click on them and inspect them and figure out what's happening. Which is quite helpful. There are a lot of theoretical benefits to OpenAPI which I have never used yet. For example, to generate tests. When you have the specification, you can just use this thing because it's machine readable code to generate your test cases. You can generate client or server code, or both. So if you get an OpenAPI specification from somebody else, there are tools in Perl or in any other language which you can use to just generate a client for it. And then you don't have to do all of the boring stuff. Same for the server side. You could create, for example, TypeScript classes automatically and then use them in your JavaScript code, and a lot of possibilities which I have never used yet. So, but I guess, people use them. The most common features that used by me is, for one, defining parameters, because like one thing that's really great about this is that you can take this back, send it to your front-end developers, and they can read it and discuss it, and you don't have to implement everything beforehand, or the other way around. So what arguments does an API endpoint take, and how shall I pass them? So that's another thing that you can define in this API spec, which surprisingly is called parameters. You can have the name of the parameter and where it is. So in that case, the name is ID, and the parameter is located in the path, which you see over there in these curly brackets. You can say, is it required or not, or whatever, and then you can also continue to further define the schema to say, okay, it has to be an integer between 1 and 100. What's maybe interesting, which I didn't mention earlier, is most of this stuff is optional. Yes, you can start very small, just define the path, and then define the parameters, and then define the schema for one parameter, and then continue until you have a 5,000 line long YAML file and are back in the SOAP world. So it would look like that. Or you can have another parameter named detail, which is in the query. You can again define a schema. It's a string. It's an enum. Those values are allowed. And then you would just use it like question mark parameter name equals whatever. You can also get parameters from headers and from cookies and from some other places, so that's quite nice to define all of those things. You can also define an incoming payload. Like most REST APIs take a whole JSON document and usually don't take like request parameters because you have like a lot of data. Like this, so when you do a curl request using -d for the data and then you pass in some JSON payload. You can specify this like this. Like in OpenAPI, they changed it a little bit compared to Swagger. Now it's have this thing called request body, where you define how the request body looks like. You say, okay, you have to have a request body, so you cannot just send an empty request. You define the content. In that case, okay, if it's application JSON, it's an object with some properties. For example, an email and a username, and then you can say, okay, required is the email. It's not 100% consistent. Sometimes you have to say required inside, like you've seen earlier with the, in the list of the properties, and sometimes you have to define it externally, but it sort of makes sense anyway. So for this endpoint, you can have a curl request like that, where you just post to some user 42 the payload with this stuff. The other thing I'm using most of the time is defining response data. We've seen it a little bit. So you see, okay, this is the response for the status code 200, content application, schema, whatever. So if you call this, you get this back. Of course, you can not only define like the 200 success code, you can also define errors. Like different, for each different status code, you can define your what this error looks like or that error looks like. Or you can go crazy here. And you can also have different content types. For example, if you have like proper content negotiation, in your REST API, you can say, okay, I can return this JSON document, this XML document, and this plain HTML document. But I would try to not go crazy and somehow stay pragmatic with that, because it's like, yeah. So let's say you have a pager, something like that, where you have like a page parameter and an items parameter. So you want to get 25 items of the third page of this search result. You would define it like that. You have the parameters in the query. One is the name, one is the page, and the other is the items. Both are integers. Very simple. But then you have another endpoint where you also have a pager, and you have another endpoint where you also have a pager. So try, don't repeat yourself, also applies to this JSON schema thing, because you don't want to like copy and paste all of this over the place. So there's something called components and this magic thing called $ref. Components is another section in this schema document where you can define, for example, parameters. So you define how the page parameter look like. It's basically the same as we've seen before. There's a name and where it's located. The same for the items. And then you can, because it's, yeah, now you can add maybe more data to it, because you don't have to specify it in 20 places, but it's like moved into one place, so you can have the description and you can fine-tune the definition. And then in the GET request, where you use it, instead of explicitly listing all of those big code blocks, you can replace them with a reference into this other component schema. Okay? So instead of defining it in here, you define it in the component set, and then you just say, okay, this is a reference to this place. Yeah. Like here, color-coded. And then you can do this for users, and you can do it for groups, and yeah, less code, less typos, less errors. Yeah. Don't repeat yourself. And you can, of course, do this also for other things, for example, for the schemas, like for the response data that you send out. So here there's some response that returns an email and a user name and a lot of more fields. That's the GET request. And the POST request maybe returns the same data. So instead of defining it 2 times, one for the GET request and one for the POST request, you put this thing into the schema. define the object there. And then in those specifications, you just say, okay, this uses this schema and that schema, or the same schema in that case. So this weird ref thingy, the value of this ref thing is actually a URI. In that case, it's a fragment, you know, when you have like a hash sign for an internal link in a web page. So this definition is loaded from the current file where we're using it. But you can also use relative and absolute paths, or even load schema definitions like to other files on the same server, or you can load them from completely external sources from the web. There's this other thing called JSON schema, which is somehow related to OpenAPI. JSON schema is a definition schema for any JSON data, not just for APIs. Okay. For example, if you work with Kubernetes, Kubernetes has a lot of objects. Okay, Kubernetes also has a REST API, but the definition of all of those objects, they have a schema for it, so you can verify that whatever you have on in your Helm charts is actually correct and valid JSON. And you can also use the JSON schema stuff with the OpenAPI and with other tools. So a schema, okay, looks like that. In that case, now it's not YAML, now it's JSON. But OpenAPI you can have the specification in both YAML or JSON, doesn't care. But that's JSON. So this basically looks the same as we've seen before, but now with more quotes and curlies, which I like more actually, because I don't like meaningful white space, which get lost all the time. I like to have my curlies, where I can jump around in Vim and stuff. Anyway, so you have your object, which is the same as we've seen before. What's new here is that in this JSON schema file, you can specify which schema you're using to define the schema, because of course the schema has versions, and when a new version comes out, they have new features or things that deprecated. So you should say, okay, this file uses that schema. So we are now highly entering the SOAP and XML area again. Everything moves in cycles. And the other thing is you give this thing an ID, so that's the unique identifier of that schema that's hosted at some place. And if you want to use this in your OpenAI specification, you just first define the schema component. So you go to component schemas, as we had seen before, and instead of defining your schema inline in your file, you just say again $ref and reference, for example, an external URI where your schema is hosted. And then you just use the schema component in your spec as before. So that's some sort of one step of indirection that's needed here. Yeah, so schema validation, so OpenAPI, as I said earlier, provides a lot of tools to validate your payload via an HTTP API, but not everything is an HTTP API. You use your data in other contexts. Yes, you have cron jobs, fix-up scripts, migrations, importers, whatever, and they have data and they import and export data. So I think it's nice to have your OpenAPI specification, but I think it's nicer to define like your objects in JSON schema, use the schema definitions in your API, and then you can also use the same schema definitions in completely other contexts that are not related to REST APIs. I mean, you can also go crazy and use the schema verification in method calls, so that when your method takes some input, and then you can verify if your parameters match the schema. But then you could also write, I don't know, Rust or Go or some other strongly typed code. There's one, I mean, like several modules, that's the one I like most. I can turn this bigger again, sorry. JSON validator. Okay, I'll turn it smaller again. Which is like a SQL model, you just use it, you initiate an object of it, and then you can have, for example, that's a method that you would write to validate your data versus a schema. So you just tell the JSON validator what schema you're using, which could be this file. It can load local files, strings, and external URLs. That's quite nice. And then you validate your data against the schema. If it's not valid, it will return some errors. If you have some errors, you maybe want to throw an exception, or I don't know, report the user, do whatever you want. For example, intention error. For example, here I just stringify all of the errors that I get back from the schema validation to a string and report it as an exception, and then I have some other handlers that make a nice user-readable error message out of that exception object. And if you don't have any errors, you can return, for example, true and say, okay, everything is fine, the data is correct, please proceed and store the data in the database or do whatever. And that's, for example, how an error would look like. So that's the output of JSON validator saying, okay, you're missing the required property title, and you passed the description, but it accepted a string, but it got null because you just provided an empty string or something like that. And of course, depending on your schema definition and whatever data you pass, you get different kinds of exceptions. But it's the nice thing is that it basically analyzes your whole document and tells you in one go all of the problems that this file or this data has with your schema. And then you can, I don't know, tell the stupid users to fix their data, or maybe you have to fix something on your part. Okay, there are some advanced features, sort of advanced features of JSON schema, which is also available in OpenAPI. So here you have a schema where you define a dog and a cat. They have different properties, but whatever you want to use can use either a dog or a cat because it's a pet shop or something. I don't know. You don't care, but they are like different. So you can endpoint can take either a dog or a cat. Then you can use one-off. Oops, to say, okay, in this place you can either take this schema or that schema. And if you use it like that, then the validator will basically say, okay, do the properties have bark and breed? Okay, then it's a dog. Do the properties have hunts and age? Then it's a cat. And if they have like a different set of properties, it will say no, invalid object, which is a little bit messy. So you can add a hint to make the type clearer, which is called discriminator, where you define which property discriminates the object. So in that case, you would add to your schema definition a third property type, which would contain, for example, dog and cat, depending on what it is. And then it's nicer and just a little bit more stable for the validation thing to figure out what it is, because it doesn't have to guess, and depending on your schema, it might be hard to outguess and stuff like that. And it also makes the documentation much nicer. So basically that's polymorphism implemented in this JSON schema thing. And if you just take a quick look, for example, here, where you see you have, so this thing returns either a login object, a participation object, or an error object. So it's one of those, and then you can actually take a look at what it is. And just see what it is. Another nice thing is all of. So sometimes you have like an error that consists of an error code and an error message. Okay, fine enough. But then you have an authentication error that adds another field. You also want to have the reason why the user is not authorized. And then you have a not found error where you maybe want to report a resource that's not found. So again, you're seeing a lot of duplicate code here, which is annoying. So you can use all of, which basically includes, it's like an include or something, one definition into another. So the auth error consists of all of the fields from the generic error plus the reason. So that's another nice way to reduce the amount of duplicate code you have in your schema definitions. Okay, next topic, OpenAPI and Koha. I think in 1911 it was introduced. Is that correct? That was like the first documentation I could find. So Koha now uses an API specified and using OpenAPI, or more exactly Swagger version 2, I think. And it's available over here. No shift, so I mean, it's again just showing off how nice Koha does documentation and everything. It's really, I mean, I said earlier that it has some weirdo, like some strange things for me as a non-Koha developer, but it has a lot of very nice and very cool features. For example, this way you can just inspect the different versions. Oh, do I have internet? I don't know. It doesn't matter. So, but here you see like, and you also maybe see the
development version might be more streamlined.
Okay. Might be more.
Yeah, tighter.
Okay, okay, that's even nicer. Okay, so the development version, the newest one is even tidier and nicer. And here you can already see that you have like a lot of different areas, endpoints, and then you can see all of the methods you have here. And as again, because we have this like nice document, it is rendered nicely like this, and you can use it. And I'm not sure if this. I don't have it installed locally, but some of those tools, I didn't have it here. Sorry. In this other thing, I didn't start it, but there's this nice thing a lot of those tools have is this try it out feature. Where you can just enter some data in here and then actually execute a request, which in that case doesn't work because this thing requests a UID, and SDFS is not the UID, so it says no invalid data and doesn't send the request. But if I would enter UID, it would actually post in the browser whatever payload I specified to this server. You can specify different servers here, like production server, development server, whatever. And then you would get like a response in here, and you can actually play around with the API without using curl. I personally sort of still prefer using curl, but there are people who don't like command line tools and who maybe like Postman. I mean, if you use Postman, for example, you know that? Okay, that's like a web-based, or it's a big user client testing tool thingy, which also, of course, can import OpenAPI specifications, and then you have all of the stuff in Postman already. And also very nice, if you're running Koha testing Docker, it also automatically renders at this slightly weird URL, .html. So you can, if you play around with the API, you can actually see what's going on here. It's powered by Modulicious plugin OpenAPI because, as we've already heard, I guess Koha used Modulicious for the API. Yeah, it's on CPAN. So what you need to do if you want to add a new endpoint, there's this, again, nice documentation that basically walks you through it. I'm currently in the process of trying to add a new endpoint to this. So the patch is still not finished. And Mark and me worked on it some time ago, and I see my talk tomorrow on this GeoSearch thing. So here's what I want to do. I want to give a list of biblio numbers. Biblio numbers is like the ID of a book, and return the latitude and the longitude as stored in this mark XML field. Yeah, that's too much bibliographic information for the non-Bible bibliographers, but just some data. So what you need to do is first define the object definitions and paths in the Swagger documentation, and then just implement the action in the Perl code. So Koha has this location file API versus one Swagger paths, where you have a lot of files in there, if you take a look at it. And I'm actually not sure if it's better to add to an existing file or start a new file for a new endpoint. Maybe you can tell me later. We did it like that. So that's one file. Where we define a GET request with some parameters and what it produces and what the responses are. And the actually interesting thing is this xmojo2 attribute, which is like an extension that's added to this thing by Modulicious. I'm coming to that in a minute. So the next thing you have to do is, because you want to have like one Swagger file which contains all of the things, so you have to load this file into the other file using this thing. So the path we used, which was biblios geosearch or whatever, is actually mounted on the public /biblio geo because it's working in the opac, in the public path of the thing. And then you have this weird thing which I don't understand. Maybe we're doing it wrong, I don't know. But so what you're doing here is you say, okay, this endpoint, that's a reference, so like the schema definition of this endpoint is in another file, in the file path bibliosgeosearch.yaml, fair enough. And yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and it's so that this sorry. Yeah, but
I think it's JSON pointer syntax, and it's escaping for slashes and empty strings.
Exactly. I mean, it's definitely escaping for slashes, but I don't understand why we need to escape the slash in here. Or is it necessary, or okay? Okay, it's necessary. I figured it's necessary because if you take a look at the Swagger YAML file, you'll see a lot of tilde. But yeah, it's necessary. So it's just like one of those things where I was like, what the fuck is going on here? And then, yeah, okay, it's just cargo cult it and carry on. Anyway, so this says, okay, take this file, and inside the file, because in one file you could define multiple paths, you can basically link different paths of different files onto different other paths in the global Swagger file. Okay, now you want to implement it in Perl. As I said, so this is like the magic thing, this xmojo2, which is bibliosgeos and then hash sign some other thing, which maps this to Koha REST version 1, and then your module name and the method you want to use. And this is how this thing looks like. I'm not sure if I want to. So that, I mean, it's not very complicated. It's just a small file. It's using Mojo-based Mojolicious controller because that's what it is. In that case, we're using this Koha Biblios, which is an interface to the DBIC interface to get to the books. This is the method that was linked to the API endpoint. And that's so one of the interesting things. This thing here says, okay, call the OpenAPI schema that somehow via Mojolicious magically mapped to this endpoint and validate the input. So this checks if all of the data we get matches the JSON specific, the API specification. If it doesn't, we return and then it just aborts. If the input is valid, we can then, on the validation thing, have a set of parameters or whatever, have a set of methods to actually get to the data. So all of this code will only run if whatever parameters the user sent actually matches the specification, which is, of course, nice. Yeah, the rest is some Perl code which takes the bibli numbers, goes to the database, fetches some data, blah, blah, blah. That's not really, I mean, that's just Perl code. And then in the end, you can call render, which renders the results. And the nice thing here, again, implemented by Mojolicious, is this OpenAPI thing, which again validates that the data you send out actually matches what you've specified in your schema. There's another method you could just say here, I think JSON, then it would send the payload out without validating it. But the requested way is to use OpenAPI, because then you're like forced to define what your output will be, and it will automatically check if the output matches. So if you call it like that, you get back the data, and yeah, I think, yeah, so okay. A little bit fast. I didn't submit a 1 hour talk, I submitted a 14-minute talk, so it was just got extended to a 1 hour time slot. So the summary, OpenAPI lets you specify and document your API in a machine-readable format that's also readable by humans, which I think is an improvement compared to SOAP. But there are lots of tools to work with the spec, like render the docs, generate the docs, validate the input, validate the output, do a lot of stuff. It can be a bit complex, but I think it's easier if you think about the shape of your API using some common tools before implementing it. Yes, I mean, before I used that, I was just, you know, hacking away code, and then after some time, like a front-end person said, that's stupid, let's change it, or whatever. And using OpenAPI and JSON schema is in fact less work because you don't have to come up with your own documentation format. Before we used that, it was like, yeah, we were still documenting our APIs, but using some ad hoc weirdo formats which were inconsistent and annoying. Yeah, I already said that. So all involved parties, like the front-end developers, the back-end developers, whoever, can think about, and even using all of those tools, actually play with the API without you having to implement any of it. You only have to implement like this schema specification, but you can gradually build this and make it more and more fine-tuned. I think Koha using OpenAPI is a big improvement over the old days of using CGI scripts. I guess everybody will agree. And I think I think the plan is to move more and more stuff into this Modulicious API. Everything. Okay. So the plan is to move everything from the old code into the Modulicious API, which is great. And it's also saying again, as a non-Koha developer, much easier, because Modulicious is like a well-known tool, and it's much easier to find people to understand how to use Modulicious than to teach them how to write CGI scripts, which were deprecated 10 years ago. Deprecated, sorry. You still like CGI scripts? Or? Okay. Any questions? Yeah, Max and back there. But we start here because the microphone is already here. Okay.
Yeah, regarding the CGI scripts, I think they are called serverless nowadays.
Okay, of course, yeah, sorry. Yeah, of course. So
I've been involved with this for a long time, and I've been meaning to make the move to OpenAPI version 3. We are stuck with version 2. That documentation you showed, actually, it's being compiled into OpenAPI version 3 for rendering. So in theory, we could do it automatically. One of the constraints we had was the Modulicious plugin not supporting all the things for version 3, specifically JSON validator, which is maintained by the same person.
Okay.
I think the support is now complete, and we could benefit from things you show, like polymorphism or responses, definitions depending on the content type, etc. These things could be great for us. We actually have very weird under-specified endpoints because we don't have that.
Yeah.
So
I mean, and sorry, you don't want to specify mark XML responses.
No, but we want to say yeah. But we have mark XML, and we also have a JSON representation of the Buckley object, and we want to specify it. What I wanted to ask, because there are lots of Perl hackers here, is one of the reasons we didn't do it already is because it's a huge task, because the API spec is so big that we cannot think of having a single file for it. It could be cool to try to convert it to version 3, but keeping that modularity we have. Do you think it's doable?
I guess it's doable.
I mean, not manually, like, of course.
Yes, I guess it's doable because I've seen like very big specifications, and actually some of the, there was this very annoying bug in GitHub, in the GitHub renderer for OpenAPIs, for the specifications, where for security reasons they would not longer load external schema specifications. So because they were running the rendering in a sandbox, which doesn't have access to the internet. So a lot of people are complaining, because it's still not resolved, that you cannot use external reference schemas, and like the answer from GitHub is then just compile everything into one very big file. So I think that's, it's doable, definitely. Yeah. But of course it's a lot of work, and the advantage is that you already have a machine readable format in using OpenAPI version 2, and yeah. There were some questions back there.
You say you are not using it, but have you tried to generate the test from the specs?
Sorry?
You say you are not using it, but have you tried to generate the test from the spec?
No.
Okay.
Have you? Or? Nope. Okay. I have like another project where we were thinking about it, but we never got around it because it was like a startup hack project where we have like no test at all. because it was like in an exploratory, what do you call it? It was like in a very early stage, and we just wanted to get something out. But that uses a specification, but just doesn't have any tests yet. So, and the plan was to maybe add tests, but we didn't do it yet. There was one over there. Yeah.
My question actually concerns more the GeoSearch. So, just looking for it for tomorrow's presentation.
Okay.
So I can't say anything about the tests either. We're trying to port our product from 2 to 3, which is a big SaaS product written in Catalyst, but we don't have anything auto-generated at all. So we use Template Toolkit to have various different pieces of YAML that we generate the complete OpenAPI spec out of at runtime when someone asks for it. And that works reasonably well for us. I think it's probably a lot smaller API than this, but it does have a good amount of endpoints and some really weird parameters, and just reusing everything by both reusing obviously pieces of messages in the way you showed is very helpful, but also having a template system to do that. You can just include or like reuse the same block or the same sub-template to say, this endpoint has all of the standard responses. This endpoint has all of the error responses. That kind of thing. So that's really useful. But yeah, I didn't even know you could make tests at this point.
Okay. Well, I mean, there's like a lot of weird stuff. I mean, okay, we are using Perl, which is famously very weakly typed. But if you use like strong typed languages or like Go, I mean, then there are like tools where you can, which auto-generate the API specification from your code. Yes, so if you're using a strongly typed language with very strict definitions of the input and output of each function,
you're getting dangerously close to SOAP now.
Yeah, but again, people are doing it. It's like the other way around. Generate the specification from the code. But oh, my computer fell asleep.
Well, I might ask about, like security. I mean, there's like different authorization methods, but what if you have like a public endpoint that takes like one integer and you're trying to fit a novel into the query and try to, rust the server?
Okay.
Is there some kind of a intellectual thing going on in the background, or is it just about authorization to limit the access?
Okay, so that's like so for authorization there are tools, and so your question is how can you prevent like basically a too big request? That I think that's not part of the specification. So in the specification you say, okay, you have an integer and that's max or it's a big int and has that value, and if a user sends you like huge amounts of data, it's against the specification. But of course you cannot prevent the user from sending whatever they want, and I think it's still it will probably be again still your job in your code to defend against this. But regarding authentication and authorization, there are also very nice tools in the in the OpenAPI specification in this trying things out thing, where you can actually authenticate. Okay, this is a stupid API because it's not. Does it have it? No. Okay, I don't have one open at the moment. But you can actually in the specification say, okay, this endpoint needs basic authentication or needs a bearer token or whatever. And then you can also, via some special objects, specify whatever that is. And then in this trying things out, people could actually log in, get a token, and then you can add the token and stuff like that. So you can also document the authentication methods that are needed in here. But maybe there are tools that then automatically generate code for you that check this authentication, but I'm not using that because I'd rather write my own code than have it auto-generated. Great. Any more questions or comments or whatever? Okay. or discussion.
I just wanted to mention that we already mentioned we use DBIC.
Mhm.
On top of that, we have our Koha objects classes. And we also have a wrapper and a couple helpers that would make your code much simpler.
Okay.
Because,
okay.
yeah, we basically have a query parameter named Q,
Okay.
which can take a DBIC query
Yep.
that gets translated all the layers down. And it will handle pagination,
Okay.
all the headers about the totals.
Okay, so we don't need to implement a custom endpoint for it. Is what you're saying?
You don't.
Okay, nice.
All you need to do is add a method to the biblio class
Yep.
in which you name coordinates,
Yeah,
for
okay,
example,
yep.
that will return the right thing, and you will add to the spec an embed,
Okay.
which will make it
Okay.
work.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool, great. I'll maybe ask you about that later. So you're sort of implementing. So you're allowing, you have an endpoint which can basically take DBIX class thing. So it's like a little bit like GraphQL, if you know that. GraphQL.
Well, yeah, GraphQL would be more correct.
Yeah. No, but okay. Sorry.
You're talking about a different
Yeah,
specification language.
that's
Yeah,
a totally different thing.
We
Yes,
didn't
yes.
pick that one.
No,
That's worth mentioning. We picked OpenAPI over RAML
Mhm.
in an internal discussion we had in 2015, I think, because it used there was a plugin for module issues.
Okay.
That's how we picked it.
Okay.
And GraphQL came a year later
Yeah,
or
then
something. So we did what we could with that.
Cool.
What I was saying is these embeds and joins can be triggered from the API
Okay.
spec.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
that's
Because I mean, the database Koha was very bad in that. I actually have it to do in my, which I removed from the slides because I didn't want to. Yeah, because it's using one query for each row, which is completely stupid, obviously. Okay. Oh, great. Then thanks and okay.
Yes. Okay.
Still, ooh, it just turned half past.
1, 2, 3? No.
Yes, unfortunately it's not showing on the correct screen, so we will have to check what is wrong.
Okay.
So please welcome Stefan, who will talk about automating Perl with Ansible. Thank you.
Okay, well, welcome to my talk about automating Perl with Ansible. My name is Stefan Hornburg. I come from Germany, and I'm using Perl for about 30 years. It started when I installed my first Linux distribution, and at that time you have to make many manual tasks to administer the system. So I wrote a couple of Perl scripts to make my life easier, and yeah, I started to like Perl basically. And then when I was on a university, I had a student job by a company in Hanover, and they basically made a trip planner for Deutsche Bahn. It was on diskettes, and it was written in C++. And they got large files from the train companies and bus companies, where 70 megabytes were large files at the time. And of course, in this data, there were some errors. So like they checked this in their program, and it turned out that some trains run 300 kilometers per hour, which was not possible at the time, so it was like a data error. And they asked me to check if we can process these large files and fix the errors in the data. So as I said, they're using C++, but I thought Perl this is a really good task for Perl, and I just used some regular expressions, and it took like 30 minutes to write the script, and it was very good. And if they had implemented something in C++, it would take half a day or 1 day. So I was very proud and happy, and I liked Perl much more. And after that, I continued to work as programmer and as system administrator, and I used many open source software and even contributed to that. For example, I started with e-commerce software written in Perl. This is now legacy, but I have still clients using it. Then I was involved in the development of Zimpa, a mailing list manager, which is still very alive and used in many universities and institutions. And also I started to use Densa and became a core member for Densa after I heard his talk, the talk from Sawyer on the in Brussels. Okay, now I will start with the basic of Ansible to explain them. As Ansible had ad hoc commands. You need an inventory with the host you will be automating or configuring, and you need a playbook to go for the tasks to change the system. And also we will talk about effects. So after you installed Ansible, you can start right away with the attack commands. And you see it's localhost is special for Ansible. You can use it without inventory. And /m shell. Shell is the Ansible module. And the echo hello world is extra data. So what is this doing? It uses shell module and executes this command as a Unix command. So this warning is because there's no real inventory, and it says at the end, hello world. That's all. So the inventory can be very simple, like this example in an ini file. But if you have larger scale, if you have many computers with different purposes, you probably will use the YAML syntax. So we have a group Perl, and we have 3 hosts there: Ixi, Kaxi, Kolme, which is 1, 2, 3 in Finnish. Yeah, this is a basic example for the inventory. It can be really complicated, and even you can have dynamic inventories. So the playbook is also in YAML. The first value is host. Host all says all servers in the inventory will be processed. The next thing is become yes. By default, Ansible goes into the server through a normal Linux user account on Unix, and many tasks you need to have elevation to root. So it's custom that you say become yes. So after Ansible goes in the server with SSH, it says sudo and becomes root. But this is just an example how Ansible can steer the target. You might think that it is like a secure device, not very clever to just elevate for all tasks, but I turned out for me that that is not feasible to do that. Ansible also needs full root access, not some crippled setup like with some things not available. But if you have like context with a Unix user, other user than the user you are going with SSH inside, like if you have a Perl app, you can become a specific user. So you can say become user Simpa. So next thing that is really interesting is in the task. The task will executed on the server. My example is creating a Perl script on the server. The first line name create Perl script is just a description. Can be it's not necessary to put it there, but it's nice to make it more readable. The next thing is a copy, and that is this module which is used for this task. So, and the module, and then we give some values to the module. So usually copy module is used to copy files to the target, but you can also have inline content. You see content, and this is a little Perl script. Yeah, I used 538.0 to save a few lines instead of strict warnings. and also, yeah, it does only hello world again, and we put it in this user local bin hello world, and the mode is the permissions, so it's executable. So now we want also run this Perl script on the target. And in this case, we're using the command module, and we execute the script and we register the result. So it's very important to get the indentation right. So the command is not indented, but the parameter for this module is indented, and register is not indented because it's a keyword which works for all tasks. And then the second task is just print the result. So if we execute this, it looks like that. And the command line I used limit kexi, so that we just only it's only executed on one host, even if it say play all. I did that because the page is not large enough for all hosts. So you see play all, okay, this is logical. The next step is gathering facts. That means that Ansible finds out a lot of things of the target and saves basically in a dictionary or hash, and you can use it. I will show you later. And it says okay kaxi. That means we're already in the correct state. So next task is create Perl script, and it says changed. That means it has actually changed something on the target. And then we run the script and register the output. So it also says changed, but that's not really the case because the script doesn't anything on the server. Yes. And finally debug task, and we see the output. So if you run this thing the second time, you see that the task create Perl script is now okay, because now Ansible doesn't change anything anymore. This is the principle of idempotence, which means you can execute tasks many times without change. Yes? Yeah, sure.
So the create Perl script task was just running a command that's outputting something? The create Perl script, you didn't copy a file, you just created a file on the server?
Yes.
How does Ansible know that it's already there in the same, does it create it in the temp file and compare those two? Or?
Yeah, actually, Ansible creates like a Python script with all the stuff it's doing and moves this to the target, and the script will execute it there. And I don't know the details, but I think that's, it takes a checksum of the file, something like that. Mm-hmm. So yeah. So what we can change is now again the run Perl script and this output, and we have task parameter change when, and then if you know that this task doesn't change anything, we can say change when false. So we see always okay. And you can of course use other conditions for this. So you see now it's okay. Yeah, I said Ansible gave us a lot of facts. It's a really long list from the target. So I have here a few examples. Ansible family is like categorizations of the distributions. So for example, if you have Debian, Ubuntu, Lubuntu, and all distributions which are derived from Debian would have the value Debian. And otherwise, Red Hat distribution CentOS, Alma in Linux and so on would be Red Hat. This can be used to for conditions. The next one is Ansible default IPv address. So you can see the address of the system and use it in your templates or something else. It has also an Ansible datetime fact, which you can use to for reports or something like that, or conditions. So if you want to find out which facts Ansible really holds, you can use a setup module. The setup module is responsible to collect the facts. And you can just say Ansible localhost or any other host module setup, and you get the long list with all the facts, but you can also filter that. So you can say filter Ansible OS family. So in the return you get just this one fact. And you filter about Ansible datetime. This is a dictionary or hash again with many values for the current date. So in the next section we are talking about what you can do with Perl and Ansible together. The first thing is how to use cpan to install Perl modules on the target, how to install DBA drivers, and the last thing is a Systos module. Okay, the first thing you need, of course, is to install cpan. So if you are Debian, we are using the app module and installing cpan-, and we have the task parameter when. This is a condition for this task, so it will only execute it if the target is in this family, like Debian, Ubuntu, and so on. There's also the generic installer module named package. You can use it. It's more. It can be used for all hosts, and Ansible chooses the correct package manager. But the really problem is that the names of the packages are different. So what you normal do, you make like variables which are dependent on the family or on the distribution. So this cpan module is straightforward to use. You say cpan and give the name of the module. You can also specify a minimum version. That's not hard. Oops, wrong direction. If you want to install more than one module, you have to do a loop for this module. So in the first run it installs Densatz2 plugin email, in the second out extensible, and in the last one GraphQL. This is a bit awkward because most modules like that allow to pass an array. So that is better because then you execute the task only one time, and the module takes the array and installs all modules. Installation of DBA drivers is also a bit difficult. As you know, they have also always an XS module, and you need a library for that. So you can install C1M, or you can install this as operation this package. Here we go. Simple, but not so simple. Because if you execute it off a fresh system, it doesn't have any support for binary modules. And also you need to have, in this case, like the make command. So you can first, you have to first install some package for building Perl modules with XS. So you can use the package module and install GCC. That is usually enough. And actually, this is the same on all Linux distributions. And then we install the also the develop package for your database system. And here is the same problem with the naming across the different families. So the last section with Perl is the syslog module, and you have seen some modules, but sometimes you want to have more. And there's very simple way to write custom modules. In your Ansible project, you just create this directory library, or use the environment variable for the directory, and you can write these custom modules in any programming language with that support for that. This is a straightforward way to program your own module, and sometimes it's really useful if you have complex templates or something like that, which requires a lot of Jinja, which is a template language of Ansible, and it's at some point you just so it's then easier to write custom model in Python or Perl. I will show how it goes. For Python, this is Ansible module uses basic, so important, and for the implementation of the load average, this module get load avg, and for Perl, it's also a module to make it easier to write a module in Ansible. Use Ansible module, and the Perl module for the load is I choose this CPU load. The slight problem with the Ansible module is that it requires multidiscos. So yeah, I don't know why. Some small feature. Okay. But it's not complicated to write the module. In Python, you're creating a module with argument spec and supports check mode. Argument spec is are the parameter of the task, which are passed to the module. And the second thing, you can say if a module supports the check mode. The check mode is a run without any changes, but it's not possible for like a shell module, because you don't know what happens. you set up a dictionary or hash for the result, and then you call the get load average function in Python, and then you write the different values into the result, and then at the end you are call module exit JSON with the result, and this is passed back to Ansible. It's quite similar in Perl. You have the same syntax for the Ansible module. Then you are create the hash, the array for the load, and then you fill the results. And then again, you produce the JSON for the result. And that looks like that. You can also execute it as ad hoc command, and it shows the values. So a really lazy server. Okay. So finally, I'll talk about roles. It's nice to have tasks, but for automating on a larger scale, like installing a software like Zimpa, you need many tasks, and you need some other stuff. So the tasks are part of the role. Then you have variables which can influence the outcome of the role. And you also have templates which will be processed with the Jinja, and as an output a file on the server, like a config file, and files like binary files or something like that, which just get copied to the target. And an interesting and important thing are handlers. That means if you are have a task which changes on the system, you can call a handler which does a specific action. So, and in your Ansible project, in the role, you have a task directory main YAML, which will be always executed, and you have the template module, which creates a configuration file for an application. So the source is the template. The destination is where this configuration file is stored on the server. And then you can determine the owner and the group of the file. And the mode, it's in our permissions again. And this funny braces is just Jinja, which tells us to insert the variable myapp Unix user for the owner. So in the bottom we have notify restart myapp. That means that the handler is called. So if you change the configuration file for your application, you want to restart the application. Other thing which is important, if the configuration file has some secrets like database user, database password, and something like that. In this case, you say no log true. That means that all the information about the processing of the tasks other than the status is suppressed. That is important because Ansible also logs in the syslog. So you don't want the secrets have to in the log file. Okay. Then you have this file default main YAML. That is a file where you have the default values for your role. And finally, the handler. And the handler is basically a task. So we have the name, and in this case, the name line is important because it connects to the notify you've seen before. So, and you really, if it's really important that you take the string verbatim with the byte space. Okay, and service is another Ansible module which handles daemons. So in this case, it just restarted the service my app. And nowadays with systemd, service goes directly to systemd, which is also an Ansible module, and issues the same control commandos. So if you have a larger project like Jimpa, the mailing list manager, you have to use several roles. So you use for the database, MariaDB or Postgres, then for Jimpa itself, and a role for the reverse proxy for the web interface, for example Nginx, and you need a mail transfer agent, Postfig or Exim for the emails coming out of Jimpa for the mailing list. Okay, so I wrote for my clients a Jimpa role, and it's also available on GitHub. And if you want to execute all the roles, you put this in. You can just put this in the playbook like that. You have the keyword roles, and then you can list all the roles which will be executed in the order they are in the playbook. And you see role Jimpa. Then Jimpa service is group names. There's this condition for the target to be in the group Jimpa servers. This is especially important if you have many targets to change. And with text, you can text tasks and roles, and that means you can either specially execute this role or anything else. Okay, but I don't like this very much because it's a bit inflexible. So I usually do something like that. I use import role, name Jimpa, the rest is the same. And it's better because you can also put just normal tasks into the playbook. You can do import role, then debug and stuff like that. And then you can better control the flow. Okay. Yeah, and if you are provisioning software with Ansible, you need specific variables for your project. So, in case of Jimpa, I listed a few of them. Of course, you need the full mailing list manager in the domain, and the list master, which is the administrator, and you can configure the log level and the title of the web interface. And last example is Jimpa database, which is dict again or hash. Okay. So I think I'm done, and it's time to get out in the sun. But I take questions, of course.
so rot heißt ausgeschaltet. So what I find confusing when using Ansible is that the module names are not, I mean, you just have a task and then it has a weird name, like system or service or something. I mean, I know that's not the problem. That's not something you designed. But if like Ansible would say module colon systemd or module colon copy, it would make it much easier, I think, to understand what's going on.
Yeah, you can use the short form and the long form.
There is a long form.
Hmm?
There is a long form, or
yes.
Okay.
So for copy, it would be Ansible built-in copy.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay. So thank you for coming here.
Yes, thank you everyone. That was the last one in this room today. So I will say bye to the people watching on stream, and I will see you tomorrow.